Alrighty. Hello, and good evening or morning or whatever time it is for you. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. So, to all of you watching this as a VOD, while we wait for people to trickle in, I will tell you what my thing is. I'm a kind of like a conceptual sculptor. I like to do a lot of like sketching on these segments. So none of what you're gonna see here is production ready or ready to be like sent into production of any kind, not printing, not for animation or film or anything like that. It's more of like the conceptual stage of it, just like showing you that you can be free and have fun inside of ZBrush and sketch some really cool things that if you really like it, you could always clean it up and make it production ready later. But these things are just really just sketches, having fun, kind of the same way that you would treat, you know, opening your sketchbook and then doing a little doodle. So that's sort of like what we're doing here. Usually I kind of like just stretch the sphere around, see where it goes, kind of create a concept ready, like out of basically nothing, right? Like we just take the sphere and mash it around and just see what kind of shapes are there and play around with that. Maybe, you know, we see, you know, like a canine feature in there, or maybe we see something that relates to a plant and then we kind of just go off of that, right? And that's like a fun way to sketch. But today I'm wearing a Mothman shirt. I woke up and I saw my shirt because I need to do laundry, and I saw this one and I was like, this is a cool shirt. I'm gonna put this shirt on. And that's gonna inspire the stream today, and that's how these things work. So we're gonna be doing a Mothman sculpt. Yeah, so if you have any questions while I'm doing this, feel free to, you know, ask me. A lot of what I do is really like, you know, I'll be stretching this and using the stretched polys, the artifacting that happens after dynameshing really stretched geometry. I'll be using that as sort of like a base for sketching, right? So if you have any questions regarding that, or if you just can't stand it, there's other streamers as well that don't use this method. But if you do, if you're interested in that, you have questions, feel free to ask me while I'm like, you know, doing stuff. This is very much like a talking session, not just watch me work, you know? You're ready to be sent into production? Well, you're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place. We're a little bit artsy here, you know? Just a little. Hey Reaper, how are you doing? How's it going? I'm just gonna wait one more minute for a few more people to trickle in if they want to, and then I'll get started. But yeah, we're gonna be doing Moth today. So I'm gonna like grab a few images of moths just to have up in the corner of my eye so I know what it is like feature wise that I would be looking for, because typically when we do these segments I'm usually just kind of like going off the seat of my pants. But you know, to answer that question that comes up a lot is, oh well, how do you start referencing things? Well, if I already have something in mind, right, then I will have like, you know, an idea of that on the screen, just so that I can pick features out that I like, you know what I mean? Hey Astral, how are you? How's it going? Jeez, Reaper. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, that's rough. Well, I hope that you're pulling through it. I hope she's pulling through it, and I hope everything gets better for you guys. That is really, really rough. So, hopefully the week gets better though, right? Time heals everything. Sorry I don't have many words to share with you, but I do hope things get better. Mothman is cool. Cryptozoology is always fun. Yeah, it's neat, right? Alright. So, gonna get started. Let us duplicate out. So I'm kind of thinking maybe the head will be pretty well like embedded, kind of like, because like moths, they don't really have much of a neck. It's all kind of like fluff. So we could get some like human anatomy going on here. So I'm thinking, all right, we'll have like we'll still have like a rib cage, but the overall mouth area and stuff very much embedded. To even make this tiny, and then these guys. So then we'll have arms coming out like that, like from the sides right here. We'll just make the little like tendril things, like tendril like army things. Probably do that, but like also incorporating a little bit more of like the human aspect to it. I think that would be good. Yeah. So like this would technically be like the human elbow, but it's like backwards. Yeah, do something like that. You're from India. It's 3:30 in the morning here and you're about to sleep, but you think you're going to cancel your plans. Time to get some knowledge. Well, feel free to ask me anything that you want, but I do recommend getting your sleep. It's more important than anything. Plus, there are so many other streamers here. If it is too late for you, you could always message me on any of, like, my DMs are open, like if you wanted to message me anywhere. And also there's like a whole bunch of other streamers that might be live during a good time for you if you wanted to ask questions with them, and they have different workflows as well. So get your sleep, like it's okay, it's fine. People got scared by an owl and that's how Mothman got born? Yeah, really? Okay, I don't know the lore that well. I just know that there's a Mothman, and I know that's like, I'm just gonna be creating my own kind of version of that. But that I can believe that. I can honestly believe that. All right, so here is the interesting part, I think. So this will be technically like a hand, but I'll bend it backwards like that. So again, everything is just like backwards. And then, like, if this would be the palm of the hand, the fingers can then be bending this way. Yeah, I like that. So every single limb, or appendage rather, is backwards. So this will have a thumb. Can just quickly give that a little bit more resolution. Again, I don't care about the stretching because I use that for sketching purposes, right? That would be the thumb, palm. So one thing too is one thing I think a lot of people hate doing hands because, one, there's like so many appendages, like there's so many like things that stick out and you always have to be considerate of that. But at the same time, it's like you also have to not work in symmetry, but you can get so much more of like a dynamic movement from everything if you aren't working in symmetry. And to that extent is like, I really think hands are a lot of fun because it kind of like, no matter what, you're forced to not be in symmetry with them. All right, so backwards. Backwards. Just thinking, how can I make this work? I think this'll be good. We're also gonna have to make this more like bug-like as well, but having everything kind of backwards will be a good start. Because already it's kind of looking like it could be some claws or something. Mirror. Am I sculpting something from my head or using reference? I have moths on my screen right now, but yes, this is gonna be from my head. Like this is a concept that we're making up on the fly, because that is a lot of the fun in just sketching in 3D, really. I'm gonna make this look a little bit better. I think I'll grab the thumb and not have it pointing up so much. More like that. Stretch it out. So the artifacting that happens here, you can see how easy it is to get like just gestural skin folds by working this way. And I know a lot of people, you know, if you're a lot more meticulous about things, you're not gonna enjoy like the stretching geometry or anything like that. Totally fine, totally understandable. I myself am a little bit of a freak, so I like to just kind of let it go, you know, like just let it be a little feel freaky. Okay, and now we can play more with this. These guys here. And get a little bit more like bug anatomy probably in here as well. Like the moth aspect of this. Hey Frank, I'm good, how are you? Will I play Metroid Dread for the Switch? No, probably not. Also, our Switch has like this crazy, like we would have to get like a new Joy-Con to really enjoy anything with it, because the Joy-Con drift is like so bad with ours. You like the idea of making monsters look like they're in pain, like Silent Hill? You're getting those vibes for backward joints? Yeah. Yeah, I was also just kind of thinking about how like bug legs, like they work, and everything does feel like it's a backwards joint if you like really look at their legs, right? So I'm kind of thinking that as well. And they kind of do this like, so moths, it'll be interesting because moths have this sort of, yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. So they have like this sort of like puffiness, like it almost looks like they're wearing sleeves, you know? So I'll like, I'm gonna try and incorporate that with the muscles. Make it look like he's wearing like some sleeves here. Hey Finis, how are you doing? Hey Ratatouille. Hi Gonzalo. Question, is it advisable to start sculpting with symmetry and then when you have the model start breaking it to give it a bit of realism? Yes. If you're doing things for production, like, you know, you're gonna do like a retopology pass on it, etc., then you're gonna want to have that, like, you know, for your portfolio or whatever it is, then you're gonna want to like get the base done in like in a symmetrical way first, and then you can break symmetry once you're happy with all the forms. If you're doing something more like sketchy and you're practicing gestural posing and things like that, like I wouldn't worry too much about the technicalities, just like get in there and get dirty with it, you know? Kind of a moth face do we want? Do we want like one that kind of like goes up like this, maybe? Yeah, kind of like that. And then we'll give him a little bit more big, full eyeballs. Okay, I'll like really, there we go. So they don't really have like eyeballs, it's more like just these lenses with more lenses on top of them. Yeah, this I'm gonna bring down, so we'll have that here. Pull out more of like here, I think, and then we'll have that up down there, there, and then this guy, have it tinier, kind of like that. I think would be better. Still trying to incorporate some of that, some gross muscles regarding human into this. Well, we could probably start bringing these things in and down. Do people use Inktober for sculpts in ZBrush as well? Yeah, like they call it Sculptober though, kind of like how there's like Sculptember, there's also like Sculptober. Why don't I use Sculptress to sketch? Because I like the artifacting that the low poly does, and it kind of like keeps everything really contained for me. I use Sculptress Pro for like specific things, like if I'm doing like finger extractions and stuff like that, or I'm attaching geometry together, like I'll use that to like kind of stitch things. But I won't really, I don't really like to do entire sketches based in Sculptress Pro personally, just because I like how contained everything is. Like it's very limited when you're working super low poly like this. Like you don't have any room to just start getting bigger until you start or getting more what's it called, detailed. Until you start dynameshing. And it's like really important to just like forego all of the detailing stuff until later, until like you're happy with like how everything is looking. Like shape wise and all of that. Mothman's got that booty. Oh yes. What's Sculptress Pro? So you see this little symbol right here? I have mine mapped to A so that I can just like turn it on whenever the heck I want. But Sculptress Pro essentially, like if you turn it on, you've got your adaptive size and your subdivide size. All of these things are gonna, it's very relativistic to your brush size and how big your model is. So if you start pulling, here, it'll be more obvious when I put polyframe on. So Sculptress Pro mode, if you have that on while you're pulling things around or sculpting, it will tessellate and it'll just keep tessellating no matter where you pull it. So you can just kind of like continuously add geometry without having to worry about dynameshing things or anything of that nature. So also auto masking doesn't work with Sculptris Pro, so you always have to keep that in mind if you're using clay buildup with backface masking on. You need to disable backface masking to continue working that way, but you can see how it just adds geometry, right? And like if you're sketching this way, like especially if you're just like starting out in 3D, this is actually like a really great way to just kind of like get involved with sculpting in 3D. So you're not really worried about anything. You're really just like adding clay, and it feels very intuitive when you first start as well. So definitely, like, you know, if you're just getting into it, for sure, put Sculptris Pro on, Sculptris Pro mode on, and just kind of like, you know, do that. But then keep in mind too, when you've got adaptive size on for Sculptris Pro, it is going to adapt to the size of your brush, right? So if you have a big brush, you're gonna have less polygons. If you have a tiny brush, that means more polygons, right? And keep in mind, watch up here. You see active points, 8,000. When I drag, look at how fast that's going up. So you got to keep that in mind when you have adaptive on. It's going to change, you know, how many polygons you're adding in a specific area depending on your brush size. So careful, because you can run into memory problems that way very quickly if you just don't keep a tab on it. So you could always take that off, and then this will stay constant essentially. So your subdivide size, like, you can keep it at like 1. It'll always be constantly 1 no matter what your brush size is. So that's usually how I like to use it if I'm going to be using it, because then it's predictable. So maybe just try taking off adaptive size, setting your subdivide size at whatever works inside of your document. You'll have to play around with how many polygons you're comfortable adding to your sphere while you're working or whatever. But it's a lot more intuitive than just like, you know, taking like what I'm doing, for example, right off the bat, which is just like taking a sphere and stretching it and then trying to see within those shapes. So it's another method of doing it. But if you want that feeling of like traditional sculpting more in line with when you first start in ZBrush, Sculptris Pro is a good way to get that feeling. Aw, this song is so happy. Hi, Daisuke, how are you? How's it going? How are you doing today? Also, guys, if I call out anybody in the chat, you can just click on their name and go like look at their like streams or whatever, or even just because we've got another streamer in the chat right now. Do you have a command? You don't have a command. Why doesn't anybody have commands? Why do I have a command? Look at this. Look. Look, this is so weird. This is so weird. Why, like, how come you need a command? Get Kyle to do that. Because I keep coming into people's streams and I'm like, I want to like shout you out or whatever, but I can't just command you. What eldritch terror whispers you today? Dude, look. I'm wearing a Mothman shirt. Look out! Mothman! And that is why we're doing Mothman-y kind of monster thing today. Because I have many ideas, yes. Yo, Nix, what's up? Long time. How are you doing? How's it going? You saw Polygon's Sculptober, but you don't know if that's the one everybody uses. I mean, I haven't seen all of them, but Polygon's is probably pretty good. It looks cute like a sheep. Yeah, it looks a little bit cute right now, which is good. Moths are cute. Do you know how to fix smoothing groups? ZBrush file to 3ds Max. No, I am not the one to ask about that one. I don't use 3ds Max, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Sorry. Does it have something to do with like the FBX? Like when you're exporting with FBX? I'm not really an expert with that. Straight up blatant dude, okay, I think honestly what it was is like I was one of the first, no, I was the first streamer for ZBrush Live. Look at me. Oh my god, doing my own porn. No, but I think that's why, like, I think like maybe like 5 of us have those commands like right at the first, like the very beginning of this, and then it just never got added. Hey Victoria, what's up? How's it going? How's it going? Chilling at work, watching me build Mothman. Or a version of it anyways. Man, so many people do like such cool versions. I know Anna Carolina at one point, she had a Mothman contest like on her own stream, I think. I loved that. I couldn't participate because I had to do my own work. But watching everybody submit that was a while back, but that was so good. That was so fun. But yeah, a lot of people make Mothman pretty cute, which is like understandable because moths are pretty cute when you actually look at like the macros for them and stuff. But I'm probably gonna like add a lot of like gross to this because, you know. You know. Really? None of them have it? That's so bizarre. Wait, try Shane. I think Shane has one. I think Shane has a command. When I'm finished with my sculpt, do you merge all your subtools together or keep them like that? And if you merge, do you do little cleanups to make the merge seamless? No, I don't merge all my subtools together. I usually keep them separate. If there's like a specific area where I can intersect things. If something needs to be, like, let's say I did a human head separate from a human torso, because there's no separation here unless the character is wearing a necklace, for example, like a choker, then you could make a cut right where the choker was and literally behead the model that you're doing in order to keep separate subtools. But if there's no natural separation like that, then you will have to merge them and reproject details later, right? And that can get a little bit messy. So try to think ahead. Like, does your you know, the model that you're doing, if you're not just sketching like this, for example, if you're just sketching like this, don't worry about it. But if you're doing something for production, right, and it's not just for fun or whatever, or something for your portfolio that's meant to get you a job in production, then yeah, you're gonna want to think ahead for your models. Like, is there a continuity between the pieces that I'm actually cutting up right now? Will I need to merge those later, right? Fallopian tube? What are you talking about, Quopa? What the heck? Are you, oh, this, what I'm doing? Bro, don't don't. Okay, one thing that I really do not stand for is like using like language like that. Like, I know it's all in good fun. Like, a lot of people don't mean it intentionally, but there's a lot of artists in this community that do have autism, that do have other mental, in quotes, disabilities, neurodivergent people. So like because of our industry and like the amount of our other people that are like us, you know, like there's a lot of neurodivergent people here, so it's like it's nice to consider that and not use harsh language or use that as like a haha funny, I'm gonna laugh at it because it's not cool, right? That's all. Have you heard the story about Mothman, about the couple that saw it in the woods at the night while driving? There's like a lot of stories about Mothman though, isn't there? Somebody just said earlier that like the reason Mothman even came to existence is because somebody like saw it like an owl at night. Something like that. I don't know. I need to look into the cryptids. I don't actually know. I just think moth and man together is cool. No, Shane is in there. The last time I saw you were streaming in Japanese, I wasn't streaming in Japanese. Oh, you're talking to, okay, Desuke. Mole kind of creature. Yeah, a little bit right now, because like there are a lot of moths. They have like these little like tubes that go up, and they put their like, oh, what are those things called? They're like flower sucker spirals. You know what I'm talking about. It comes out of the tube thing. Been working on a friend's character in free time when you get it, trying to figure out how to sculpt super smooth skin without over smoothing details, since they base some of the design off a dolphin. Yeah, so that's a little bit tricky when you've got like a really smooth skin alien or anything like that. Getting that high fidelity detail without it looking uncanny is very, very tricky. What you can do is put like, maybe make a morph target, right? And just put down a layer of what you would for skin, and then play with like the morph target settings to get it like lighter or less or more or whatever. And then there's also with the morph target, there's if you have a morph target active, there's a brush right here called Morph, and that will allow you to brush over areas and deactivate or activate the morph target that you have within those areas. So you can essentially paint on your morph target. So it's a good way to control how intense your high fidelity details are. So you can try using that. And then there's also, if you wanted to mask off areas, let's say you didn't do it with a morph target, you wanted to mask off areas, and then in the deformation menu, there is a contrast. Where is contrast? Contrast slider. So if you use contrast slider, it kind of does the same thing. It'll just take the strokes in that area and accentuate them or decentuate them. Yes, the flower powder sucky tube thing. That's the scientifically accurate name for it, and I will stand by that. I wanted to ask what display tablet I'm using. I'm using a Wacom 22 HD, Cintiq 22 HD. Yes. Hi, Eric. How are you? Sketchy polygons is best polygons. Have you tried all of the millions of ways to approach it, though? You're saying it's the hardest software to approach, but there's so many different ways to approach it that perhaps there is a way for you as well. But yeah, I really enjoy my my stretchy polygons. Crunchy geo, best geo in my opinion. until of course you need to submit it for, like, you know, the whatever production you're working on, in which case now you gotta clean up. Haha, sucker. Are these sculpts just for portfolio, or do they ever get used in games or movies? So on my streams, like the ones that you're seeing, they're just for fun. They're just for, sometimes I make like illustrations out of them. Here, I'll bring up some examples. So like illustration stuff and like concept stuff is what I usually do in ZBrush. I am a character designer and concept sculptor. So a lot of the time, I'm working on sculpture and then like, you know, doing really rough retopology and letting, and then handing it off for modelers and groomers, etc., to do what they need to do with it. But most of the time I'm just like sculpting and designing in 3D. So here are some examples of like stuff that I turn into. Like I'll turn it, like this was a sculpt that I did on stream a couple, like, you know, you can actually see it right here, right? So I will do these on stream, just sketch these, right? And then after, I'll render it in Keyshot. Here it is, at the very end. Did I do a little screenshot of it? Anyways, I'll render it in Keyshot, and then I'll do a whole bunch of different material passes on it. I will composite them, and then I'll do a little bit of my own paint over as well. So it's not just like a straight up render, any of these. A lot of it has like, you know, painting on top of it as well. It's just sort of like a fun workflow that I kind of came up. I didn't come up with it. A lot of people do this, use 3D bases as for their illustrations, but it's something that I prefer doing. It's a lot of fun. So this is, yeah, the 3D sculpt that I would do, and then I render it and throw a whole bunch of different material passes together, and then I paint on top of it as well, just to kind of like make it pop. That's the sculpt, and that's the illustration / concept, whichever you would prefer. I get these done in like a day, so you could technically think of it as, you know, conceptual. It's the same. I do that for work as well. Same here, right? 3D that I did on my stream, and then once the sketch was done, you render it and paint over it, make it look macro. So that's, yeah, so that's the workflow. That's really what I do on here. Things that take longer are things like this guy. We got the monster ball for Krampus. So this one took me a longer time. It's a lot more involved, right? Like, but this one is a lot more friendly, like geometry friendly for like production. So if I were to hand anything off, this one would be a lot more friendly for that, right? Whereas the other ones are literally just quick sketches, like sketch sculpts. So it ranges from a variety of things. Like, is it from super dirty that I would just paint over more heavily, to things more like this where it's like a lot of this is actually like rendered, right? So that's what we do here. So in terms of like getting it into a game and stuff, like it, not usually directly, no. Other streamers though do that. They are game artists, or they are like character artists for film, etc. There's a lot of 3D print specialists here as well. Yeah, it's not just me. This ain't the Ashley show. It's the Pixologic channel. So if what I do is not really what you're looking for, if you're looking for something more along the lines of production, not concept or design, then there are people for you. What if the client wants different angles but used a lot of Photoshop on the one angle you submitted? So that's where communication comes in, and you tell the client, like, so in your initial like briefing, your handoff for the pitch, right? You talk to your client and you're like, okay, well, what exactly are you expecting? What are the finals that you're looking for? And so they'll communicate with you first what they're looking for. If they're looking for like a turnaround, for example, hold up. This is a distracting track. If they're looking for like a turnaround, then you just give them a turnaround. If they're looking for a final treatment for like a poster or something like that, then you'll spend more time on one angle. But before you do that, you get a yes, that is the angle that I want. Just quick like screen grab, hey client, this is the angle I'm going to be using. Before I go further, is this what you like or do you want tweaks? That's usually how I do it. And it's a very back and forth thing, so it's like very full communication, and that's good. That's a preferable way of working. What's up, Dave? You love watching sculpts, but just never know how all of it ties together. No, that's fair. That's fair. Like, so if I were to take one of my sculpts, let's say, okay, concept is approved, and client wants me to also do character, like the full character pipeline, it's possible. Then what will happen is I will communicate that, right? I always have to stress, communicate with your client. Like, don't just be like, okay, give me the work, go away. Like, communicate with them, right? And find where the expectations lie. It's very important for happy people on both sides, right? So, you know, let's say they're like, okay, concept approved, we like it. We want to send this to, you know, to rigging. Would you be able to retopologize it? Okay. If that is what I've been hired to do as well, then yes, like retopology is on the table and I will start to do that too. No problem. Make it nice and clean for you. In which case you're going to have to start, you know, getting everything nice and cleaned up. Make sure that the topology works well enough. In a standard sense for joints to move, all of that kind of stuff. Reproject all of your details. Depending on if you're also a texture artist, you're going to have to give them, you know, some quick UVs and bake down your high poly information. I skipped this. It's fun. Yeah, so you'll have to like bake down all of your high poly information to either normal or displacement, depending on the workflow that they're looking for, and apply that to the low poly. And it's just very involved, right? Like, so if you're doing like a full model, it's a lot more time and effort versus just like the sculpt. The sculpting stage is very quick. When you've been doing it for a while, right? Like it's usually not something that takes up the majority of your workflow, at least not in my experience, because getting concepts approved, usually it's a lot quicker in 3D than it is in 2D from my experience anyways. Would you say I know every aspect of anatomy? There's always no, baby's first puke. Your name when I try and like talk about your when I mention your name is ridiculous. And no, there's always gonna be things about anatomy that I'm gonna be like, oh, I forgot that thing. I gotta look at my naked man over here, you know, or whatever, just to like refresh. Like, of course I know where all of the main blockers are and stuff, but when it comes in down to like finer details of things, I always got to go back to reference, right? Because there's just so much to know that it'll be a lifetime before you even like master something like that. And even still, masters say there's always something new to learn about anatomy. So, you know. Hey Scott, how are you doing? You have a naked man over there. Yes, I do. I do. Everybody should have a naked man beside them. Or women. There's also the women version. Both. What's up with my straw? Currently struggling with retopologizing small spikes or small pointy things with little topology to work with. How do you go about them? If they're like hair fibers, just do cards or use the whatever grooming system that you could be using, you know, like XGen or something like that, or fiber mesh. But if they are significant enough, then keep in mind smoothing as well. If it's for film, then you're gonna have to keep in mind, like, you know, everything will subdivide at render, in which case you can put like just a couple of loops, like, you know, make sure that the base is embedded properly into the mesh, and then add, like, you know what, here, hold up, let me do this is gonna be really rough and dirty. Here we go. So let me just like do like a drawing. So let's say you have like a little spike like this, right? That's your spike. Let's say you've got your, you know, your circle is here, and that's how it's embedded, right? This is your like spike geometry, and then that's like your skin. So if you want to retopologize this, the main thing is make sure that you've got a supporting loop at the bottom, right? And then here, really, you would only need maybe one, and then right here as well. And if it's tiny enough, you could probably get away with it being like 1, 2, and 3, maybe 4. And so then when you, like, that's gonna be like, you could even at the very tip here, join these with just like the 2. You could do that, right? Kind of thing. But yeah, you wouldn't really need to do much more than that. You just keep it super low res. But if it's like super, super fine, then just use like fiber mesh or something like that, because you're gonna use like a hair or something if it's super tiny. If you have a whole bunch of those, you should be using like a groom, I guess. Behind every great person is a naked person. Behind every clothed person you're looking, everybody's naked under those clothes. I'm just saying. Would you have them as separate pieces? The spikes? Yeah, I would, yeah. Anything that's gonna be like a different material, I usually, unless you're working with like, okay, let me like collect my thoughts here. I work in animation and film mostly, so I'm coming at you with this an animation and film background knowledge. That's how I'm coming at this. Games, if you're doing something like super low res for games, it's a little bit different, right? You might not even see something like that if it's that low res. In which case, if it's for games, a lot of the time to preserve topology, you'll have things stuck together and separate materials based on UV islands instead. So, depends on your situation. That's one scary chicken. Always doing the chickens. Do I do manual retopo? Do I do retop with ZBrush or ZRemesh or manual retop? Manual retop will always be best. Like, riggers will like you. ZRemesher, it's not like, it usually isn't going to give you production ready meshes, but it will give you cleaner meshes to work with, or like, you know, if you need to make like a mocap rig or something like that for your production, or just something that like riggers can start working with, then ZRemesher is fine. Rotislav? The answer is always it depends. It's very, very specific. It's true. It really is true. And there's like a lot of times too, like you'll get like retop done to like a point where you're like, oh, that makes sense, like this is gonna work. But then, like, you know, time will go on and rigging will come back and they'll be like, hey, actually, just to make things like work better for this specific like shot, you know, can we like change this to that? Just like, oh, I never even thought of that. That's interesting. Because like shot specific, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's very specific, especially when you're working in animation. Like things are in flux a lot too, especially when you have like characters that are going to be doing all kinds of crazy action sequences and stuff, or they're wearing lots of armor or whatever. Like there's going to be a lot of going back to the drawing board. How's the dog? He's good. He is behind me on the ground. Hey, Dr. Mo. Do I retop in ZBrush or Topogun? Yeah, I usually do my stuff in Maya, actually. That's usually the go-to. Such a friendly butterfly. So friendly. So friendly. Let's do like something more along the lines of like a nocturnal like butterfly. I have moths and butterflies up on my screen. So I don't know. Probably something more like that. I want it to be like somewhat smooth, but also sharp where it needs to be sharp. I don't have a concept. We're going off the seat of our pants. Wouldn't be surprised if that moth is holding corpses the legs keeping it for late dinner. Demo head. Oh my god, demo head. How do I get important jobs? They come to you or you find them. I am fortunate enough to be in a position where by word of mouth I've been getting work like over and over again, which is incredibly lucky for me. But I know a lot of people who like they will I've heard a lot of people will reach out to studios and say, hi, I'm a freelance artist, just, you know, reaching out to see if you need any help with anything, etc. And then that's how they get their start. I don't know how successful that is. I haven't talked to a lot of freelance artists in my position, and just to see where they've come from. But I can tell you that, like, because I'm like online all the time as well, that it really does help with visibility in the freelance area, I guess. Is there a link to see what hardware I use? No, but I can tell you that I have 64 gigs of RAM. I have a Ryzen 9 3000 series. I have a RTX 2070 as well. So those are the three main things. And I'm using a Cintiq 22HD. Do I use reference pics all the time, or you just sculpt what's on your mind when you want to have fun? Yeah, when I'm having fun, I just kind of like do whatever, which is usually what these streams are. And like even this, it's like there are moths on my screen, but it's like it's still very much off the seat of my pants. Let's do I want to see moths all over my room. Very happy. I don't know if I would really enjoy that. You know, man. When I hear about polar shifts, that was me trying to get a job. When I hear about polar shifts? What? Polar shifts. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. You turn the world upside down to I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. Like the best thing you can do is just put yourself online. There's no guarantee that it's gonna work out, but to up your chances of something like that working out, the best that you can do is put yourself online and be consistent with putting stuff out there. But there is no guarantee that that's gonna get you jobs, right? Hey Luke, what's up? Yeah, Luke's another one of our streamers. You should go check out his latest stream. He did a crab with a top hat Very good. Very top tier content. Very good. Actually a good sculptor, so. Trav with a top hat. Go check it. I think I'm gonna make this like bigger. Cowboy hat. My bad. I'm dumb. Forgive me. For I do not know anything. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Oh. Hold on, let me like make this really like a lot more like barreled. It's a big old ball. Big old bally rib cage. Interesting, because like these could even function more like shoulder blades than if it's backwards. I don't know how that would work. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate being blessed. Bless me. I have expelled the demons through my nose holes. Eyes need to be a lot more like, yeah, big. Big and buggy. Maybe like more to the side there. Weight set jacked, but like backwards. Backwards jacked. I'm gonna make these like longer, creepier. Definitely. These wings need go backwards. All right, let's see. Gundel Gockley. What? Who is that? Tips Fedora at Moth. Nice. A little cigar. He's gonna have like his tongue, right? Like here, look, I'll give him his little like the tongue thing that like swishy wishy. Woo. Are you just happy to see me, or is that a flower? Oh.
Tell me where I belong. I've been searching all night. Walking these streets, it's amazing.
Long cigar it is. It's very long boy cigar. Hi Saxony. I do not speak Spanish, sorry. You use the tips that I gave you and you're better now? Well, congratulations. Now keep working at it. That's awesome. No, I'm happy to inspire confidence in anyone, honestly. If my tips work for you, then that's fantastic. Moth feetsies.
You say it's all my fault. I walked away from it all. All those memories haunting our fall. A single.
Do I give him antennas? I'll probably give him some antennas, actually.
I gave you a chance to treat me right. I'm a blank canvas you can paint. Draw yourself a future with me. It's a mystery what awaits. Oh, it's a miracle life. It's a miracle day.
Oh my god. We're not gonna go there. I don't know why I started that. Can you help me again? You're on 2 million points. It's hard to draw with pro sculpting. Yeah, so what you're gonna want to do last is you're gonna want to get out of Sculptress Pro mode, and you're gonna want to duplicate that mesh and then go to geometry and do a Z remesh of it, and then Control D a bunch of times so you have a few subdivision levels, and then reproject your details from your Sculptress Pro mesh down onto the sub D mesh so that you can then continue working. But that's going to clean up your model. Remember this. This is not, you're not going to be using Sculptress Pro on it at that point. So if you're having issues, you might want to switch to sub D, or just turn off Sculptress Pro, because that means that maybe you don't want to keep adding polygons to that one specific tool anymore. Maybe that's, you're working with too many polygons on that tool. Maybe you still haven't figured out what your base should look like, you know, you don't have your main forms yet and you're working with too many polygons right off the bat, you need to make sure that like you get your main forms down in a low enough resolution so that when you start adding more geometry afterwards, you're not trying to like force it, you know, and it'll get lumpy and all of these things and you'll start running into issues. So you know, when you're at 2 million polys and you're having issues with it, like either you need to step down a bit and work on your main forms again and make sure you have everything there, or you want to clean up your model, go into a sub D modeling. Yeah, no worries, Frank. Imagine a Mothman living with a straw in his mouth, drinking fruit nectar on the sofa. Yes. Yeah, that would be a good character. I'm gonna IMM a human leg. Where are my human legs? Male full leg. Oh yes. He's just sitting on his butt. Yeah, he's going for a ride. Facebook, we're only like 6. Yeah, Facebook is usually pretty dead on my stream segments. Alright, let's get this into shape. So when you're working with like these like IMMs and stuff, I really recommend you don't like just leave them as is, like right out of the oh, I pulled these guys in by accident, didn't I? Yeah, I pulled them in. Like I don't recommend you what's it called? Just leave them as is, as like straight up the IMM. Like you're gonna want to like change this stuff. I always tell like when somebody just like inserts like a mesh and just like leaves it there like as is. It's really quite obvious. Oh yeah, booty. Let's just block it. I don't even care at this point. Again, I'm gonna do the same thing where in this part it's gonna feel more moth, like he's wearing a little sleeve. And then I will do some muscular things on top of that. Joint here. Just leave that like that. Okay, and then we can give this like a dynamesh. Might be a little too hard. No, that's fine. That is fine. Then we will work off of this. Hey Ro, how's it going? How you doing? Dun, dun, dun. Push this one over too much. Okay, what's up? Do I have a mobile? I just kind of like use I sometimes use like stuff on my phone, but it's like nothing. It's not. I don't know. I don't want to get into it because it's not ZBrush. What would you be able to show me how to make long nails or claws on the hands? Well, I just kind of did it really quick. Like you just like, this is pretty low poly. Anyways, I'm just like being really rough with it. You just like mask something out and then you pull. And then you can just kind of, you know, do a little tap tap. A little tap tap. With the smooths. Oh, we don't want that coming out of the butthole. Okay, that's the thing that like, that's something I like. You really need to, when you're making any kind of like a tail or anything like that, make sure that like you're connecting it from the spine area and it's not like coming out of its sphincter. That is, yeah, you know, your animal characters and stuff, they don't need to be weird like that, okay? You don't need to make their tails be coming out of their bum bums. Just come out of like where the spine is. That just spine attached, not the booty hole. Bad. Yeah, you know, I was literally about to say something and I was like, See how far we can push this like lankiness though. See, like, what is it? Okay. Let's play with these proportions some more. Hey Goldie, what's up? Sorry, I figured that I would like actually do some sculpting because like I've just been talking and talking and talking. All right, now let's get. Here. Really trying to push these like proportions, but they also kind of look really weird. So let's see what I can do here. This I'm gonna bring in more. Bring. And same here. Bring these legs in. That booty down. Are human teeth hard to sculpt? I wouldn't say they're hard to sculpt. They're hard to get right in the texturing stage. Making a realistic human teeth shader, like, it's pretty tricky. A lot of the time you see people go like straight up like porcelain, but that's not really, like, that's not it, you know? Okay, let's see. Yeah, well, you need to know feet. If you're gonna be like character artist, you can't avoid feet. Also, the earlier on you learn how to do both feet and hands. Like if you know hands, you're gonna know feet. If you know feet, you're gonna know hands. You know what I mean? Like they're just different proportions of similar bones and muscle systems. So it's like they're also the most expressive parts of the body aside from your actual face, right? Like dynamic hands and feet. Like, I don't know, like people are scared of them because they're hard, but when you're good at them, they communicate so much more than just like a torso by itself, you know what I mean? And like always like putting off feet and hands to the very last second of your model or your drawing, or like trying to hide them and stuff, it's not productive to you as an artist. You should try and tackle these things that are like, oh, you know, because once you get good at something, it stops becoming a chore to do it, and you actually get like excited to explore stuff with it. Yeah, exactly, Taoist. And another thing too is like in animation, when you're looking at character design, the hands usually are modeled to match the character's like expressiveness, and how they move their hands and how they emote with their hands is all very important to the character. You can't just have a character moving its hand willy-nilly. You have to think about its hands as like their hands as some sort of a tool of expression. So when you think about that, then you realize, oh well, I really gotta get good at hands and feet. I need to know at least the basics, you know, how to block them in and make different shapes and make them exciting. Because like, yeah, okay, meme, haha, feet people are weird, but at the same time, like, feet are genuinely really like, okay, not to, again, memes aside, and speaking on an artistic point only, feet and hands are both equally beautiful when it comes to sculpture, because they have so many small forms that work together to make something more expressive. The torso, it can twist and bend, you know, legs can go woo woo, but hands and feet, they say so much. They have so much movement and dynamic poses with them. See, I knew you were gonna come in there, Rat. I knew you were gonna get it. So I said, memes aside, don't you come after me. Have I seen Phil Trippett's Mad God film? He worked 20... Oh my god, I'm so bad at names. Let's see, let me Google this. That's like the problem with with online. Like, I mean, there's so many benefits to putting your art online. The problem is that, like, I genuinely don't remember a lot of stuff that I see, just because I see so much stuff. Let's see. No, I haven't seen this. I have not seen this. This looks intense. He worked 20 years on this. Damn. The teaser trailer came out? Wait, so it's out? Oh my god. Now you guys are getting weird about feet. See, this is why we can't have nice things. This is exactly why we can't have nice things. Bruh. Hey Gats, what's up? Thanks. It's kind of in a flux right now, trying to work with proportions. I'm not happy with them, so I'm just gonna keep messing with it until I get somewhere. I think the smaller head is gonna really help this weirdness. But like, even just like learning how to shorthand your feet and hands will help a lot in like in terms of your sculptures. Like finding successful shorthands for things. Actually like it being really thin on one side versus like pretty chunktacular on the other. Your feet, stop. Wait, no, hold on. Guys, you know I have a foot emote, right? Look at this. I got the I am foot. Look at that. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's literally the I am foot. Yeah, it's mad. just talk about meters, not feet. I mean, I'm not gonna get into that debate about metric versus imperial and freaking nonsense. The collarbones are literally just like going into the jaw of this thing. Let's just like play that like nonsense up. Let's just like actually just drag the collarbones right into the jaw. Why not?
I was walking through the desert, searching for the truth. Left everything behind me, went looking out for you. Walking through the daylight and sleep under the moon. Why is every single siren a mirage just seems to move?
A platonic passion for feet. All right. I'm so happy for you and your platonic foot relationship. Pink. Yeah, this needs more back. Like, I should just like really lean into this. Such a weird shape, but also like kind of fun. Do I watch any cool movies or shows recently? Yeah, I just finished Squid Game the other day. That was really crazy. I really liked that. It's a Korean drama on Netflix. It's really good. I'm not gonna spoil anything though. But in terms of like movies and stuff, I don't know. Eric's watching The Mandalorian. He says that that's really good. I've seen clips of it and it's pretty funny. the clips that I've seen of The Mandalorian are funny. I'm not like into Star Wars though, like, so it's just kind of like, I don't know, I'd rather do other things than watch The Mandalorian, even though like I can see that it's a good show. Made Baby Yoda cry. Oh, well. Baby Yoda. It's so weird. It's not even Yoda. I'm so disappointed. It's just the child. It's not even Yoda! Just calling it Baby Yoda. It's so misleading. Mothman? Yeah, baby! The child's name is Grogu. I have no idea. I would have literally no idea. So thank you. New anime Star Wars is out here. That's pretty good. I saw like the shorts. There was like this one. Like the reason why I'm even watching this is because Eric keeps showing me stuff. But yeah, it looks like at first I was like, this is kind of like jarring. But that didn't last long. Like it ended up being, I think it was because of the music, like the Star Wars music with like the anime style was like off-putting at first, but then I got used to it and it was really cool. Did they ever come up with a name for the race? What race? Oh, the child from, I have no idea. I did not watch the Mandalorian. How effed up is the process of retopologizing on a sculpt like this? I mean, at this stage, you would have issues, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't have issues retopologizing. You just have issues baking stuff down if you wanted to bake it, because it's still so rough. But, you know, the further you go with something, the more you clean up that you do, the less of an issue it becomes. It just takes time, right? You just have to be mindful of it. But once you understand how to retopologize something, you don't have issues no matter what the shape is. It just means there's more time. What, you didn't like the ending of Squid Game? I feel like they just, like, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not saying anything. No, sir. Artist, what's Yoda's blood color? George Lucas, I don't know. Green. Real story. I mean, like, when you have, like, so many alien species to deal with, I guess, like, you're just gonna be like, I don't know, pick a color. Let's spin the color wheel. What's it gonna be today? The worst part of sculpting, the matter of fact that you really want to use a model like this anywhere else, you really got to get through the process. Yeah, unless like you do what I do, which is honestly just you know, painting over it. You render it out and then paint over it. But if you want to use it in production, then yeah, you gotta clean up, because then it's got to be animation ready. You can't get by that. Alright, let's see. Where are these wings gonna attach? Is that gonna happen? Probably like this. Pull it off the back a little bit more. Here. And then have these guys like come into like a socket. Man, so I've been playing a lot with like photography, and I just get like so obsessed with taking pictures with my DSLR now that I found a beetle on the ground in my kitchen, and it was like a super tiny one, like, you know, like the size of like half of a grain of rice. And I have macro lenses, so I decided to put him on my kitchen table, and I spent, like, I was messing around with this little beetle, just like poking it around, like stay in the shot for like 40 minutes last night. What's my setup? I have a Nikon D5200. And for lens, I'm using the Nikkor 105. It's really nice. And then I've got like a step up. You're lucky Monty didn't try to eat it. It was on a table. It was on the kitchen table. Like, in order to control it, I made like I like sprinkled some salt down, because I also wanted some nice bokeh effects in the background. I sprinkled some salt onto the table, and I made like a salt ring to keep it to keep it like contained, because like it was just like, it was literally like running. No, I didn't hurt him. I did not hurt him. He just kept falling on his back, so he looks dead in most of the pictures. It's literally like so tiny. It was like let me show you. Do you want to see? Do you want to see? Like, they're not super great photos. They're very dramatic though. They're dramatic, but it was too dark and I didn't have my other lighting set up, so they're very dramatic and dreamlike, but they're not very good. Here, let me. I'll show you. I'll show you. It's funny. Just funny. I was laughing pretty hard at these. Let's see. Wait. wait. Where's... Here's one. He just falls on his back. so tiny too. So keeping him like, keep in mind, this is like half the size of a grain of rice. So keeping him in this tiny little like slice on the table. So I was literally doing this for like 40 minutes. I was like, like fingertip was like a toothpick getting in there. And then I've got, he's right by the salt. Oh, he's trying to get up. He lifts with his butt. He's like, lift. Oh god. Wait, I think one of these, like, I videoed. I didn't process it, so it's not like the best. Wait, ooh. There. I did a little video. It's not processed, but I think you can see like he fell over. He's trying to get up. There was like a little drop of water on the table and he's like, please, please. And then I helped him out at one point here. This is all manual focus too, so I'm like, Jesus Christ, like stop moving. We're yeah, see, look at how tiny it is. This is my finger. That's my finger, bro. I'm like trying to like move it around. I'm like, here, look, dude, climb onto my finger. Like, get out of the water. Go, 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 dude, go. That was me. This was literally me for minutes. Table, this is what I've become. And then I run back to the camera and manual focus. I'm like, he's gonna run. He's gonna run. No, he's gonna run. Go, go, dude, run. Anyways, I wanted to share with you that wonderful experience I had last night. But the bug is fine. The little tiny minuscule sand particle bug is fine. I wiped him with like a tiny piece of paper towel afterwards to get any like of like the water that was on the table off of his back. And then I put him on the balcony so he could be free. Oh man. I literally look like a crazy person in my kitchen though. It's so funny. Oh, you know what? I didn't show you the thing. Okay, the whole reason why I even have this camera is because my dad's a hobby photographer and he's been doing that for like so many years. So he just gave me all of his like old stuff. That's why I have all of this, is because my dad was like, I don't use this anymore. I have a better camera. So I was like, oh, I'll take it, right? So that's the only reason why I even have that. So I've just been like pushing the lenses that I have to the max, like learning stuff. But I wanted to show you something. The whole reason why I even wanted to get into this was because of astrophotography, and it's really hard to do in the city. But I wanted to show you a moon that I got. Wait. This one's pretty cool. Hold up. I even caught a bird in this one. Here, check this out. Hell yeah. Look at the bird go. Did you see it? Look at the bird. Whee! The moon, one thing that I've learned from this is that the moon is fast as hell. It is so annoying. You can't keep that thing in the frame. Like, dude, the world is spinning so fast, bro. But yeah, fun. So the next one that I want to do, if I can, is Jupiter, which I almost got a focus on it the other night, but then the clouds came and I was like, damn it. So My sweatshirt? Yeah, I've got, it's like it's a Mothman shirt. Got the moths, all the little Mothmen all over the sleeves. I don't know, wait, can I, there we go. They're like dancing on the sleeves. You used a bunch of your macro photos of candy for 3D gingerbread house. That's pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, you can get really close to things and like really see that the world is actually extremely hairy. That's one thing that I really learned. I tweeted that too, so I'm just repeating my jokes. Wow, I just sounded like Chewbacca. But yeah, like the one thing that I've learned from macro photography is literally everything in this world is hairy. There's not a single thing that doesn't have a fiber on it. Everything is fibrous. Even rocks. There's like some kind of like a fiber on rocks. You'll find a fiber. I promise you. No, I wasn't on fire. That's actually just the atmospheric turbulence. There's a lot, like, if you really think about it, like, you know, we're really just in like a big gas soup. Like, we're all just swimming in like a gas soup, trapped by gravity. It's kind of fun. So when you look up at anything bright in space, there's a lot of distortion that happens from all of these gases in the atmosphere just doing this. They just do this. And that's what you see. That's why the moon was all wobbly like that. So we're in a soup, and you get to look at like the contents of the soup when you look up at something like the moon. A gas soup covered in hair. Yep. Hair, condiment. It's a condiment in everything now. Does that make us the macaroni of the soup? Yes, it does. Let me grab that Jupiter for reference. Scientists, what's that giant hand? Imagine I actually get a picture. Well, I'm like actually that big. It's just like a hand and Jupiter's there. I'm like, yeah. That would be a cool shot, but there's no way that using like something like a 1000mm with a 2x step up, or a teleconverter rather, would actually, like, you could get any bit of your hand in that. It would not be focused. You'd have to like overlay the images. I'm not using a telescope. I actually am thinking of maybe like renting a telescope for one of these weekends, but yeah, I'd have to like learn like on a weekend renting the telescope how to use that specific lens type. So I've just been using I have like this really cheap like China made lens. Like, it's a knockoff lens. It goes from like 400 to 800mm, but I can't zoom in properly with the 800. Like, it's not, like, it doesn't lock on anything. Like, it just gets really smeared and stuff. It's not a great lens. But the teleconverter still works. Like, I have a teleconverter that works with the 400. So that's how I got the moon. However, there's a lot of chromatic aberration that you couldn't see happening there because I just kind of removed a little bit of it, but because of the crappy glass offset, there's like some aberration issues, but you know, it's still cool in my opinion. I'm still pretty stoked, especially since that was my first one. Hell yes. But then I also have a 500, like a dedicated 500. The The f-stop on it is relatively high, so I could probably like work with like, you know, it would probably actually be pretty decent for the moon because I could do a quicker shutter speed for it. I don't know. What? I'll have to try it. And I'll probably be really frustrated while I'm doing it because the moon is fast as hell. Like, damn you, slow down. Keeps repositioning tripod. Oh, it is. It's a lot of fun and really rewarding when you actually like get a shot that you like. Because you literally like look at it in the viewfinder or live view anyways. You're looking at it and you're like, I did that? Yeah, I did. And then you put it on your computer and you're like, oh, okay. All right. But everything is like manual focus, so it's a lot of like holding your breath or like setting up a timer with the tripod. There is no in between. Do you have a macro lenses up to 5 times? How much did that cost you? What the hell? Everything is hairy is the new everything is cake. Dude, if you're into macro photography, yes, 100%. Sipping that gas soup every day is breathing. It's true. See, the Breathe Aryan diet. Maybe they're onto something. Yeah, so the one thing I don't have is a laptop. It's just, when you're getting into astrophotography, it is a money sink. So I'm gonna try and do as much as I can with what I have right now. And then if I'm just like itching to start taking pictures of Andromeda and stuff, then I'll probably like start renting lenses, because like it's so expensive. The eyeball of the ant is only thing in focus. It was $800. Oh. Yeah, bankrupt speedrun any percent to just get into photography. All right, I think that body shape is actually not mad at it. I think it's working pretty okay. It's so much fun, and anything that is like a lot of fun like that, like pictures, like I've just been absolutely obsessed with it. Like when I get a new hobby, all I can do is think about that new hobby. I don't have any in between. I'm just like, I need to take pictures. I want to take pictures of so many different things. I want to light things. Lighting is so much fun. Wildlife photography the last few years, and that yo dude, yeah, because you're still investing in like those really good lenses that you can like you know, 200 millimeter lenses, etc., that can actually get things from far away without scaring them away, right? So who likes lighting? When you learn that that is the way that you should be painting your forms, then you'll learn to love lighting. There's a phrase. It's a painting with light, right? That's what you're doing as a photographer, but that's also what you're doing as a painter. You paint with light. So you think about where things are falling, and that's where your information will lie, whereas the shadows, you push everything back. And then that gives everything depth. So you paint with light in all forms of the medium, all different types of mediums. Hey Brock, how are you? Yeah, space is awesome. Oh dude, I can't even tell you how many times I've cried from just like looking up. It's stupid. I get like emotional. I love space. I feel like everybody loves space though. Like there's no way that you would be like, nah, actually I'm not into space. Like that's just weird. Like, how can you not be into that? You just don't want to think about it? Or... I think everybody's into space. Yeah, you see with light. So essentially, if you think of yourself, like if you're an artist, right? In one way, shape, or form, your whole expressiveness as an artist boils down to how do you manipulate light. You know, with sculpture, even you're still manipulating light in the sense of like your forms being certain shapes will reflect light in different ways, right? So everything is about being a light bender. Ooh. You talk to the photographer who goes to the North Pole to take pictures of animals. He said the most expensive equipment is your body and your lifetime spending there. Okay, you know what? Fair, because like if you're going on like these like journeys, getting the right shot, to take a lot of time and patience for sure. Less than 1K, but still a lot of money for a lens, you know? That's still a lot of money. Big astronomy program there at the university. So this girl comes in and says, that program, have you ever... You need space. Oh my god, that's so lame. So lame. What the hell? Oh, I haven't saved it all. I'm gonna do that. Wait. Space that. Save. There we go. How's Monty doing? He's good. I'm gonna take a break and then I'll come back yeah. Actually, let's do that now. I'm gonna take a break and then I'll come back and finish sculpting this dude. And I'll show you Monty as well. In the meantime, you guys should get up and stretch as well and get some water and all of that kind of stuff, okay? Yeah, if you're an artist, you're a light bender if you really think about it. Light bender. All right. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom and then I'll be back. Yeet. Here is my BRB text. Make sure to stand up, stretch, take a break, don't get blood clots. Your body is your temple, blah, 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 blah. Okay, BRB. Hello, I have returned. Oh, yo, yo, yo. There he is. The Monters. Hi. Yeah, he's like, where's my treat? Oh, no, no, no. Patience. Patience. Thank you, good boy. No, I took the donut off of him. He still has his, like his belly dermatitis, so he has to keep the donut on until that's gone. Got allergies, right? Yeah, you do. It's like, where the... Mother, where is my treat? That's what he's doing right now. Where is my treat? See, it's a rig controller. Look, this is the controller. Please mail him to you and news. No, he's mine. He's not going to you. Absolutely not. Ready to see my rig? I have a controller for his head. Wow. Pretty effective controller. And up. Wow. And down. He's a photorealistic doggo. Oh, you have another itchy on your chest? Hmm. He keeps getting like the itchy spots, so I don't know. Can Monty serve as a cam stabilizer? You like a chicken, like with their heads, like how it has like a gyro in it. Alright. That's all. I gave you your treats. That's all. You like Mothman? You like that? Is it good? You like Mothman? Look at him. Yeah. You like it? Yeah, he doesn't care. Alright. I'm gonna go back to work, okay? Woo! All done. It's all done. No more treats. The Shatner spaceflight? I don't care. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, I don't care about, like, I don't care about the tourism aspect of space. Like, I really just don't. I don't care about, like, what billionaire or millionaire has gone to space last and next, and I don't care. And yeah, I know, like, the gimmick is, oh, but it's William Shatner, and yeah, like, I know, I get it, it's like, whatever, I still don't care. I don't care that the actor is going. It's 90. Yeah, well, I mean that's awesome. Like honestly, anybody that gets to go to space, like good for you. Congratulations. We're not going to be there for very many years, and even if, like, you know, and like think about it, like you're watching all these richer people go, but what are the chances, like, you know, that they're going to be able to get that ticket price down to a reasonable amount of money that you're willing to spend to go to space for like 20 minutes? I don't know. It's not gonna happen for a very long time. I mean, the other astronaut, she went up. She was fine. Well, she'd also gone through astronaut training, but yeah. Hollow. Yeah, I agree, Dr. Mo. Like, to me, like, it's not as interesting that they're like going to the meridian line and then coming down. I don't know. Also, it doesn't help that Blue Origin literally looks like a ding dong that's going to the like, I'm really like impressed by the engineering feat, right? That's super cool, but like the whole PR aspect of it is just like eye roll to me. Like, I just can't. Yeah, sorry. I mean, like, I'm not wrong. It looks like a space ding dong, a space wee wee. Whatever. I know what they did. Like, there's a meme going around, what is it? About Dr. Evil from Austin Powers, like the pinky dude. And how he shoots his rocket out of an evil, like his like evil base, and it's literally like anatomical as well. And there's like side-by-side comparisons of Jeff Bezos doing that with Blue Origin and Dr. Evil, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is why I love the internet. This specifically. Don't go to space without you, don't worry, Bobbles. Probably not even in our lifetime. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Have a good night. Right, I was gonna do see what kind of, we could do like a simple. I'm gonna have to get some thickness. Yeah, I guess like on the inside there, it's a little bit weird. Let me align. Weird, what's going on? Oh, because it's weaving. Let's do, I want like a grid. Grid could probably work. Did I not like duplicate it underneath? Hold up. What's going on? Plot twist, we're on Mars. That's next to us, that's the Earth. Okay. Alright. It's funny, I'm in like a lot of like, so Facebook, I try and like, because it's just, there's so much like BS on Facebook. I try to like cut out all the nonsense by like blocking all the content I don't want and just like joining groups that I'm like interested in. So like I'm in like so many astrophotography groups and stuff like that just to fill my feed with cool stuff, right? For whenever I do go onto Facebook. But even still, even in astrophotography groups, in astrophysics groups, I still can't escape the people that are like, flat earth is real. Like actually, like really, like they're not even trolling, they're like serious. Like they post icons, they infiltrate these groups, and they're like, guys, have you heard that the earth is flat? And it's just, I can't do it. I can't do it. I just like great, my day is ruined. Now I'm angry. Like, why are you here? This is a science group. Why are you here? Oh, man. Thanks, Sergio. Yeah, mutant space moth. Like, that's kind of the idea, right? Mothman. That's what like this. Even this shirt. It's got the. So there's like he's splooting right behind the chair. Like splooting as in like both of his chicken legs are straight out behind him. Just staring at the wall. Hey, I don't wanna. Yeah, so like this shirt even has like the little UFO. I just got it. Oh man. Yeah. Good stuff. Ah, that's much better thing here. Let's do there. That's good. Let me do Dynamish. Thanks, Kyle. The hollow flat earth dimension. Oh my god, the hollow earth, dude. The first time, like, because when I was growing up, like, there were a lot of people in my family who were, like, really into, like, the conspiracy things, which is, like, not great as a kid, you know, because it infiltrates your head and makes you like, yeah, it's not great, right? So like there's a lot of stuff like that were framed as like, oh yeah, this is science to me that wasn't scientific. And like what I think the first time I've ever heard about the flat earth thing was when I was like 5 years old. Like, apparently there was like this dude that wrote a book from going to the North Pole, and when he got to the exact North Pole, like, he, you know, you wouldn't believe what he found. The expedition, you know, he's been silenced by the government and everything because he found a race of subterranean humans, and like all of this stuff is like nonsense that I was told as a kid too. So like when you're a kid, you just kind of believe like, you know, your parents, or like not parents, but like anybody older that's like telling you these things, right? So like you can imagine I like go to the like schoolyard and I'm like, did you hear that there's a subterranean race of people? Like there's a reason why I didn't have any friends, bro. Yeah, Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, like, once I actually, you know, got interested in science and things like that, and like actually researching and broke off on my own and stuff, like, it's a lot of things that I was like, dang, people who talk to me about that, very misguided. Wow. And to me, like, it's kind of interesting, right? Because you think about you know, conspiracies like being all like fun and stuff, like the wonderment, and it's the reason why people you know, get into it. It's titillating, right? Like, to use that word, I guess, is the best way that I can describe it. Is just like, it's so weird and like crazy to think about, and it opens your brain. But it's just like, if you really just think about the universe that we do live in from a scientific point of view, it is that and more, because it's real. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So it's like, who are these people's science teachers, and why didn't they make it exciting? Because it is exciting. Hee hee, I said a gross word. Hee hee hee. Now your ears have cooties.
You only want to chase the feeling again. Let's be
Yo, and something crazy too, like, if you want to be if you want to do something special in your life, get into like studying bugs. Like, less than 10% of the species that we know of have been described. If you want to discover something, that field is ripe for discoveries in science. You can have your name in some textbook somewhere before you die. Like, just put that on like your list of things to do. Like, you know, if you know your thing that you're like really excited about doing, if your project fails in life and you're still feeling like a failure, just be like, screw it, I'm just gonna study ants, just gonna go study stick bugs and find something that no one else has about them. There's not enough people studying bugs, man. Yeah, I'll hear out all different kinds of viewpoints if it actually has like somewhere to stand, like some kind of ground to stand on, right? Like, otherwise it's just a story. Which, like, conspiracy stories, I think, would be a good way to no, you know, it's not fair, because like there are some theories that do come to fruition. What a theory is literally a theory, but however, it's the problem comes down to when people believe a theory to be true, and that's not very scientific, right? Because you can name something a theory, but then you have to prove it. You can't cherry pick your evidence. You can't come to your conclusion first, right? And then find evidence to support that conclusion. You have to come up with a theory and then run tests to prove or disprove. It's kind of like conclusion they nasty. It's great. I love bugs. I like bugs. As proven by me literally spending 40 minutes with a random beetle in my kitchen last night. Swole bug. Oh, bugs are great. We need bugs. See, like, okay, again, like, I don't mind conspiracy theories. I actually really enjoy talking about what ifs. It's like, how far do you run away with it? Do you actually start believing a theory without actual evidence of that? Like, you know, do you come to your conclusion beforehand, or do you keep your mind open? That's all. Here, I gotta give him like actual like chest muscles here though, and then have this like kind of stretch backwards. Make this like maybe, well, I actually like him being pretty barrel chested, like, yeah. All right, I want to add more moth elements to him now. We've got like a general shape. So moths usually have like that like fluffy midsection, right? Yeah, they've got like that ball in the center, and then they've got the antenna that's like really like be kind of like crazy looking. Yeah, it's like that's just it, right? Like, and the thing is, like, it depends, like, you know, how much you care about that kind of stuff. Like, some conspiracy theories have been proven true, like they're actually like things that happened, right? But at the same time, do you want something like that controlling your life? And that's where I just kind of say, like, I'll just shrug my shoulders, because, like, the short amount of time that I have on this planet isn't worth getting worked up about a theory of something that may or may not even apply to me, right? So... All Gas No Brakes is so good. Oh my god, I love it. I love All Gas No Brakes. It's so great. The type of people that that he runs into is just wild. It's too close. In order to do this, you hold control and then let control down go after you find the area that you like. You can mirror and weld that. Wait, actually, let me just like auto group and then split that. Take this, mirror, and weld. Hello? No, there we go. Good. And then we can start to shape this. 5G antenna Moth. It's channel 5 but the same edge. Yeah, no, I know. All Gas No Brakes, channel 5 news. So good. And there's the knife tool in action. And we'll merge this guy back down. Now, let's do a bend art. Go. Which way do we want? I think backwards. Yeah. I will. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Come on. There we go. Except sometimes my my pen does that. It's weird. It doesn't like to cooperate with me. Just get out like that. And I'm gonna duplicate this guy, and I'm gonna try a quick Z remesh on it. Or, well, not quick, but the moths are the government. The birds are the government, though. They're watching you. They gotta, you know, like when the government's literally gonna like grab all the birds and then put the batteries back in them. They're surveilling you, the birds. It's funny, some people actually believe that. Genuinely believe that. The lizard people, that's my favorite. That is actually my favorite. I love that. I love that, like, when people like slow down like video footage of like Justin Bieber or something like that, and it's just like they see like there's an artifact that happens in the footage that makes it look like he's like blinking sideways or something, but it's really just the lighting when he blinks and the interlacing compression, and people run wild with it. They're just like, I knew he was a lizard, or oh, he's a clone. Why would they clone? Okay, I actually like that it kind of like cut things out. That worked. All right, let me get this guy. Yeah. Wait, no, not bend curve. Actually, yeah, bend curve. Do that. Here. Can we get like more sections? Which one is the sections again? It's not that. How many sections? There we go. Okay, we'll grab all these. Ooh. If you don't already use Deformers, use Deformers, because it's pretty dope. Maybe I should ask you guys if if you wanted me to make like a quick video, let's say theoretically that I was gonna make a quick video of something that gives you a tip on something, what would you like me to make a tip for? A tip video. Theoretically, if I were going to make one. There's a bug on my screen, thank you. I'm not saying it's for anything in particular. I'm just asking if I were to make a small tip video of anything in ZBrush, what tip video would you like to see from me if for whatever reason I would have to do one of those? Like about like a ZBrush tool or anything like that that you would like to hear me talk about. Alphas to geometry. Yep. Alpha 3D. Deformers are underused, and some people. I think I know what I'm gonna do. The deformers, the alpha to geometry, the wings. Nothing about deformers. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good. The bend deformer, maybe practical examples for deformers on characters and not just deformers on privilege. Nice. Yeah. Yes. I'm seeing a vision that you are all constructing for me. No. Well, somebody's got to do the deformer work. Can I copy my homework? You sure, change it slightly. I'll change it a little. Change it a little. I mean, theoretically speaking, if I were to even do that, I mean, it's not like I'm gonna do that or anything. So it's like, I don't know. No. Yes. It's just fun. It's just like a fun thing to talk to, you know, it's whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a theory, just a ZBrush theory. Alright, I'll see you. Vladislav, thank you so much for hanging out. Theoretically speaking. Full-time packaging and design and 3D product design. Lately, you're more interested in getting back into character sculpting and printing. Well, you already know the 3D aspect of it, like, you know, with product design and packaging, right? So with all that knowledge, you're gonna be pretty decent at printing, I'm sure. Show doggo. He gave me such a look when I looked at him. I'm not showing him. He's like, gave me such sass. He like looked up at me like, don't you dare, woman. I am comfortable. All right, I really went off the rails tonight, didn't I? In terms of like what the heck I'm even talking about, what I'm even doing. Let's see, this guy right here. Yeah. I'm sure I bother people. That's why I'm putting the disclaimer. I hope that's not annoying to you guys watching the VOD or anything, but like I put the disclaimer at the beginning of all of these being like, yeah, it's not production tutorial or anything. This is literally just like a chatting, fun study studio session, right? Like whatever you want to call it. Like ask questions and I'll do my best to answer, I guess. We'll talk about literally whatever. But I know that I'm sure it bothers some people coming here. Where tutorial? Where teach me button to sculpt now? Sorry. I'm sorry I can't make you good at sculpting with a button. I wish I could do that, honestly. I wish there was like a get good at sculpting button. That'd be sick. ZBrush, hello? Did I escape? Did I press escape on that? Must have canceled it. We went outer space, yeah. Where doggo now? Give dog. The Pixar button, yeah. Just Man, that's it. You know what's really funny is how many times like I'm like, you know, like being a designer, right? Like a character designer, and then at the same time also working for like a whole like range of different clients. Sometimes like there will be job requests that come in that will literally be like, yo, we just really want you to like just copy the Disney style or copy like the Pixar style. And just kind of like my heart just goes like like I don't want like you just I mean I'll do it, but was that a deflate sound? Yeah. Learn from the presentations talk, when you can watch what people are doing and being able to ask questions, in my opinion, often more worth it than step-by-step tools. I personally agree as well. But it depends on like your learning style. I think you can really like combine the two properly. I don't think that watching the step-by-step tutorials is always like the go-to. But there is like merit to it as well, especially if you're looking for like specific use cases. Yeah, that's dope. Just keep filling that in. These are super low poly. I can do inflate on some of them too, probably. Yeah, yeet. Yo, yeet. Well, actually, one thing would be probably pretty bad is, whatever. See, I don't like that idea of like secrets. Like, I think that's so weird. Like I think that used to be like a really big thing, like super early on, like, you know, in like the early poly count days and stuff like that. Like, people would be like, oh, I gotta like keep my secrets of my workflow, you know, to keep competition away. But I feel like that's so silly. Like, I don't know. I just don't have time to like make step-by-step tutorials, so it's just sort of this this just makes more sense for me. I also have like a lot of fun with it as well when I'm like hanging out with you guys. But like, honestly, like what's the point in keeping secrets in terms of like your workflow? It's so strange. My secret is I have no workflow. Wow. Beautiful. It's quite the accomplishment, honestly. Now, this top part right here, I'm still gonna keep it. I'm just gonna keep it to the interior. A fun fact, if you guys ever see a moth and you catch it, try not to like touch its wings too much, because it needs all that dust on its wings in order to fly. If you remove flight from a moth, you're essentially killing it. You don't kill your friendly moths, even though you might find them annoying and stuff. Try not to like touch their wings too much and wipe off their dust, even though they like look super cute and soft and stuff. Like, don't touch their wings. Do a photo shoot with the moth, yes. But then, like, the thing is that the moth will probably most definitely it'll most definitely fly away, and I don't want to keep it. Okay, this is not really like working the way that I wanted it to. Let me try and get something. Yeah, I'll do it like this, is better. Just house it in here. Screw it. What is this? Yeah, we'll do that. Whoops. No, you go back, be tiny. The artists that are like, I have no secrets, I just work hard at it. I mean, like, but also true though. Like, okay, I know what you're saying, right? Like, it's annoying because it's just like, okay, but you probably have tricks, but at the same time, it's like all of this stuff. It's like it's doable if you just like spend time. I think that's the biggest thing is people are looking a lot of the time for these like one-click solutions to a lot of things. When the truth is, you pick up a lot of stuff by just doing a lot of it, right? There we go. Nice. I'm still gonna make this smaller. It's too big. I do not like this song. It gives me anxiety. I don't know. Oh, no, it's okay, Dr. Mo. Like, I understand that. Like, I'm sorry I, like, kind of got stuck on it. It has nothing to do with that. I was just, reminiscing about, like, ruminating, rather, about a thing that I've heard a lot. It's just, like, just people saying secrets, like, keeping their secrets in the 3D industry is just kind of like odd. Which one is this again? No. Other way. There we go. So majestic. I don't hate that, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if you ever did any kind of like 3D animation, you'd realize how many deformers go into actually animating. It's actually kind of funny. Yeah, he's kind of, he's got the creepy feather thing going on. I think these top ones we could probably do a little bit more work with. Wonder, how are we getting rudeness here? Will I render it with ZBrush and color with polypaint? Probably not. I mean, right, we can like do a little bit of coloring. Screw it. Okay. We'll do a little bit. Just a little bit. We're not gonna finish it or anything. We'll just do a little tiny little bit. Just a little itty bitty. I only have like 45 minutes left and then I have to go back to work. No, I leave these motionless. I usually just kind of like make like illustrations based off of it or something like that. I mean, like, I still want to do, like, some hair stuff and things, so... But, like, if I were to give him color, it would probably be along, like, dark. Like, he's Mothman, right? Black. But I'm not gonna do that right now. Let me try and curl this. I mean, I could do it with... Yeah, I can do it with a bend arc, I think, and then I'll move it in place. No, wait, not that way. Like this. All the way up there. And that's like that. Play hops, jumping rope with the tongue. Do I normally do paint overs in Photoshop, or what would you do the workflow after you're done here? Yeah, I would bring it over to I would send it over to Keyshot with like, you know, a minor poly paint, and then I would do a whole bunch of material passes. Like I'd make some custom materials if I see fit. Usually it's like just like absolutely blasting out the SSS. Like absolutely blasting it so it's like hyper translucent. And then I'll have a bunch of other things like different metals and paints and stuff like that, and I'll do a composite using them and just playing around with like layer features in Photoshop. And then I'll do the rest in painting, and I'll paint over it if I wanted to be furry or something like that. I'll add the fur later, all that kind of stuff. Oh man, I probably won't get around to it. I really want to, but I have so much work. I haven't stopped working in the last little while. Like it's like just constant work. Yeah. There we go. Like it's insane. Like I feel really grateful. Don't get me wrong, I feel very grateful, but I've been like redirecting a lot of emails I've been getting for work that's like right now. Like there's a lot of people looking for artists. It's actually kind of insane. And like I always for like over like 2 years now, it's just been like I haven't really had like a break in between contracts really. Like it's just sort of been like overlapping. Like right now I'm doing 2 contracts at once. So I'm gonna hopefully by like December things will start to calm down a little bit. Like unless something like absolutely mind-blowingly cool of a project comes through, I'll probably just like make an intentional choice to just relax for a little bit. But who knows? Who knows? It's crazy too, like the amount of like the different styles. Like that's one thing about freelancing with working so many different contracts is like the number of styles you get to try and work with. It's a lot of fun. The last 30% is slow, hard, and tedious. It's so true. I would even say like it's the last like 10% even. The potty mouth angels. Oh, yeah. I was like thinking, wait, potty mouth angels. Yeah. They're awesome. They were a lot of fun too. But that's what I mean. It's just like so many different styles that I get to play with. Now you see where this could go. Yeah, exactly. Like it's you see like the final the final image that I do, and then you see like whatever else it is that I'm sculpting, and then you can start to see what I can see at the end result. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to explain a lot of the time, but if you see past work that I've done and then you see the sculpture compared to it, you're like, oh, okay, I can see where this is going. I mean, okay, I'm gonna be honest, like, because I stream, and because, like, I've done a lot of, like, work for studios that are, like, really close-knit to each other and stuff, it's not... Taking a break from things is not, like, the end of the world for me at all, and I think that it's, like, it's kind of a crappy thing to put that pressure on people that you can't stop working, otherwise you're not going to be relevant. Like, because I stream, maybe this is like a little bit less relevant to most people. Because like getting jobs, I feel like is a little bit different for me. Even compared to like other people that I talk to, you know, interview processes, all of that kind of stuff. It just does. It's weird. It's really weird. I'm gonna be honest with you. Things are very different for me. I don't really have like interviews. I have not had like an interview in a while. It's just sort of like, we know your work, we know how you are as a person. Let's just have like a brief, you know? So like they're like, are you interested in this? Like I get an email. They're like, hey, this is a project. Are you interested in this? Do you want to talk on Zoom? It's not like a formal interview or anything like that for the projects that I've been signed on to for the last while. So it's a little bit strange. So I don't know what kind of a position that I'm in to give that kind of advice, because I know that like a lot of people have to go, you know, when I first started in the industry, even like I had to go through the first interview, second interview process and that kind of stuff. So like I don't really, like contract work, like in terms of like freelance stuff, it's sort of like gig working, I guess you could call it, but I'm doing it for studios. So it's not really like a full interview. It's interesting, right? So it's very different, and I don't really know, like, if I can really like say that my experience, like, I don't think I have the right to give advice based on that kind of stuff, because I experience things so differently in that sense. But and another thing too is like this up-to-date stuff. I stopped posting, like I still get work and I don't have my industry stuff on my portfolio, right? Like I don't put any of my industry work up publicly, yet I'm still contacted. So that's something else to consider as well. Yeah, I started 3 hours ago. We're going until 10, so that's like 40 more minutes. But yeah, I don't have my professional stuff on my portfolio, like being ArtStation, and I don't put any of that up. One, for NDA reasons, and it's just kind of like a headache with all of like these up in the air IPs and stuff that I've worked on. But also it's just like, you know, I would like to get hired for things that I do personally. And so far it's been working. So if I were to take a break from contracts, I don't feel like that's missed opportunity, because then I just keep working on stuff that I like to work on, and when I want to come back, then maybe there will be a job at some point that shows up and it's just like, hey, the style that I like to work in, or the subject matter, etc. IP independent project. But yeah, like, you know, like I recognize how annoying it is to hear all the time, like, oh, just put yourself online, like it's easy. Like, I recognize that sounds really obnoxious, like over and over again, but that's like honestly the only advice that I can give, because that's like really what I know. Because before that, the way that I was like networking with people is just going to bars and getting way too drunk and hoping that I don't act like a fool. It was just like, it was a mess. It was a mess when I first started. And I don't think that anybody should really do that for networking purposes. You know, that's literally like... So putting yourself online is really like all the advice that I have, and just keep being persistent with it, and there's no guarantees to anything. It's just, I think that like being persistent and consistent is really like the big factor. Consistency is what a lot of people don't have. A lot of people like fall off, right? So if you can keep working at something, you already have something that's a lot of people don't. Just keep doing stuff. But in regards to like an industry job, like if you take a break and your employer asks like, why didn't you work for 6 months here? That's kind of like weird, you know? Like, let's say you've had like 2 studio jobs already. You've worked like 2 years in the industry, and then you decided to take a sabbatical. And then like, you know, you come back after 4 months of a break or 6 months of a break or whatever for your own mental health. And the employer is just like, so why did you take a break? Like, you weren't working for this time. That's just like kind of like, what do you mean? In my opinion, anyways. I, of course, don't say that to them. They want to know, like, did you learn any new skills? How is that relevant to us? Like, I don't know. This is just weird, in my opinion. I've never been asked something like that if, like, I've taken a break off of things. So, moths don't really have stingers, but I won't put one anyways. Besides, like, plenty of people in this industry take breaks. It's a very common thing. It's not talked about a lot, but a lot of people take breaks in between, you know, working at different studios. Much as, you know, a lot of people don't want to admit it, art is labor, my friends. You need breaks. Intellectual property. Yeah, sorry. You're correct, James. Sorry. When did I start using ZBrush? For how long? And were you working? How long were you working in the industry? Are you self-study or did you go to a design university? Okay, so first of all, I went to college for animation. I have my bachelor's in animation, traditional 2D animation. I learned 3D on my own. I didn't do classes or anything. I just kind of like brute forced it because I saw Eric, who's my boyfriend. He, like, when we were in school together, he started doing a course for ZBrush when we were like year 3 or something like that. And I just saw like he was making like this really cool like sci-fi suit because he wanted to get into games, and I was like, ooh, monkey see, monkey do, because I didn't really know what it was that I wanted to do when I was in college. I just knew that I could draw, right? And that's why I was in animation school, is because like I was like, I know how to draw. Maybe I'll be an animator. Nah, sculpting took hold, so I ended up finishing my bachelor's of animation, just like brute forcing my way through animation. Meanwhile, my special interest became sculpting. So I was literally just kind of like, all I want to do is sculpt, you know, like, cause I really hyper focus on things. So a lot of like my projects in school kind of fell by the wayside, because I was just kind of like, oh, well, I want to just go home and sculpt. Like there would be what's it called? Life drawing like projects we would have where we would have to do illustrations based on poses that we would see. And I was just like, hey teacher, can I do like a 3D sculpt and then paint over it and use that? Because I was just obsessed. I was like, oh, I wanna do. And he was just like, what are you talking about? Like, ZBrush, what are you talking about? This is like life drawing, right? But he allowed it. So like a lot of the time I would finagle my way into like inserting my, like, can I use ZBrush here, you know, while I was in this program that had nothing to do with ZBrush. So like that's kind of like what I did in school. And it's been like almost 7 that I've been using, like 6 to 7 years that I've been using ZBrush now. And I've been working professionally for like 5-ish years, a little more than 5, something like that. It's hard to keep going at times because you get such little engagement with the stuff you make. Yeah, no, I understand that, and you know, it's hard not to put a self-worth onto the number that you see with like likes and things of that nature. But, you know, here, this is going to be both depressing and encouraging at the same time, but think of it this way. You know, when you're on your phone and you're on Instagram, you know, you're flipping through things, think about how long you spend on each individual post, right? Sometimes you see something that you like and you forget to like it. I do that all the time. I'm like, damn, that's like really cool. But then I get distracted by something because I can't hold my focus on anything for more than 2 seconds, right? So it's just kind of like, you know, like you'll be flicking around things. So other people are doing that with your artwork as well, which is like depressing to think about, but also like don't put your worth on that number where people are just kind of like glancing at it anyways. Most people. That's not your worth as an artist. It's more of like, how did that make you feel to make that? Right? That's what you should be focused on first and foremost. Is that something that you're proud of? And then what other people think of it isn't reflected through the number of likes or retweets or anything that you get. And I run into that problem a lot too. Because like I like to post at Satan's hour at like stupid o'clock, aka like 4 a.m. So no one ever sees when I post my artwork. And then I end up feeling like, oh, I'm a garbage artist or something, right? Then I just remember, oh yeah, like even if people were to see it, they'll just kind of like glance at it for 2 seconds, click a button, and then move on with their life. So it's like, why would you put your worth onto that? You know what I mean? Just started streaming on Twitch and you can completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah, yeah. Streaming is a lot of fun, but it isn't for everyone. I recommend if you want to try it. Like, don't just like be like, I'm gonna like make sure everything's right and stuff. Like, you don't need a whole bunch of great gear to make it work. Just do it, you know? Like if you have like a crappy webcam, you don't even need a webcam, honestly. It's just fun to sculpt and interact with people at the same time. Especially if you have a brain that kind of does this to every single thought you have. You know, it's just like, here's your linear thought and it goes boop. Like having like chat while you're working, it's like it's good for focusing. It might be counterintuitive to a lot of other people that don't have that way of thinking, but if you are like that as well, like I am, it could help you a lot. And then you meet a lot of friends. I've made a lot of friends on Twitch. More Twitch friends on Twitch through Twitch than I have. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm only gonna be here for half an hour more though. True. You get one retweet from one person who has like 100,000 followers, and all of a sudden you get so many more views, right? It's just whatever. Any good exercise that could help in creating a good workflow? Good exercise. Yeah, I think I would focus on finding something simple. If you want to get better at ZBrush, think of something simple. Like, do you like skulls by any chance? Do you think skulls are cool? Like human skulls? That's a pretty cool subject matter, right? A human skull. You're learning anatomy at the same time and it's contained. You know, a human skull is pretty contained. It's just a skull. So maybe you want to practice sculpting skulls from a sphere. And you can learn different things like booleans with it. You can learn how to work with different subtools. And you can, after dynameshing it, you can also learn to use Z-remesher to then reproject details onto higher subdivision levels with a skull, and it's all contained. You know? So then maybe that's you could even do poly painting on the skull, you could UV the skull, bake down details from the skull. It's all very contained. So if you can find like a subject matter that is simple enough that you're not going to get overwhelmed, but it'll also teach you something and you have interest in it, then that's what I would recommend to learning stuff. Never made it onto other subjects, just the skulls. It's just like he became like a beast at doing skulls. Hey Jarlax, what's up? Don't know how to draw seriously, so you started using ZBrush and CAD while studying graphic design at university. Sneaking 3D tools into every university project, and while they had only a beginner 3D course, you self-studied using ZBrush Central and other 3D. Yes! Welcome to my world! It's literally what I was doing too. That's great. Comics, so that's like I don't like looking at it that way. And it's not good, like, in a relationship to compare yourself or compete like that to your partner, ever. Ever. Weird to be giving relationship advice, but like when you're two artists in a relationship together, you should always be encouraging each other to get better at things and find the good in whatever it is that they did and hype that up, because what's the point in doing it otherwise, you know? Like, he's an incredible artist. Like, there's nothing to compare to, though he does different things than I do. He's a different artist. Okay. .3D perspectives and 2D perspectives, and do shortcut is way quicker than a rough. That's fair. That is very fair. Very fair. Can I do lower dynamesh in this one? How long was I on ZBrush before I started streaming? Oh, not too long. I think like 3 years I was using ZBrush and then I started streaming. Not even, actually. Yeah, something like that. 3 years. I'll stick with the 3 years. I don't really know. How many works do you need in your portfolio before you try going for interviews? It's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. But I'd say like if you had 3 pieces that were like top tier, then you could probably start looking. That all kind of showcase, you know, if you're looking to be a character artist and you want to showcase good topology, you want to showcase you know, good UVs, good bakes, textures, etc. It's not really just like you put sculpts in your portfolio and then you go for it. Like you got to start with like the basics, right? Like the foundation of everything. Like don't just like throw sketches in your portfolio and then expect interviewers to be like, yes, for a junior position. That's not going to happen. When you're into so much adding details, when you feel that's good enough, how do you know? The details section, like it's sort of, so right now, for me, it's intuitive at this point. But when you really want to start be thinking about it is think, you know, if you're pushing around a shape at a low poly stage, right? And you're finding that you really like the shape, but now you're like, I can't get more out of this without adding detail, then step up your detail, like, you know, add some more polygons to it. Then you can continue and start putting in larger forms in that sense, and keep zoomed out, right? Like if you stay zoomed in this close, you'll never know what your sculpt looks like. That's why I like to have like this little thumbnail thing up here as well. If he's fitting in the thumbnail in your screen, right, then you can really see what's going on. And sometimes I like to go even further back because that simulates you like standing really far away from your work and just being like, well, does it work? Do your shapes work and read when it's tiny like this, right? Because if it's far away and it reads, then you're good and you can start focusing on details after the fact. So these are not even like super details. These are like, if you can see it from this far away, I would say these are secondary forms, right? Tertiary is when you're like zoomed in like this a little bit more and you can start seeing texture. Am I working on Dynamesh? Yes. Yeah, I love Slash too. I use brushes in very strange ways, but like that comes from just like trying things and just absolutely messing with it, just getting dirty, you know? The level of Dynamesh, it'll honestly telling you what like a resolution for Dynamesh is per sculpt is kind of like dumb. Not calling you dumb, I'm just saying like there's no reason to do that because it will depend on how big your sculpt is. So if 150 is, you know, too much resolution for you, if you're getting like 2 million per your first Dynamesh, then you'll want to like lower the resolution. It just means your sculpt is bigger, right? Is there any high poly render software? Yeah, I use Keyshot. Like, so ZBrush has a Keyshot bridge, ZBrush to Keyshot, and it'll just take this and throw it into Keyshot. You know what? I'll show you. I'll just do like that really quickly because like I only have like a little bit more time left anyways, so I'll just like throw this over to Keyshot and show you how that works. So if you want to do that, you just go into external and you click Keyshot, and it'll like, I mean, you have to buy the bridge separately. It doesn't come with ZBrush, but you have to buy it separately. But this is essentially what I do, and it'll auto merge based on like your subtools. And then you do a BPR and it'll send it over to Keyshot. So it's opening Keyshot for me right now. Give it a sec and I'll send it over. I'll bring it over to this monitor so you can see it. All right, and then here's Keyshot. VPR, it's ZBrush is rendering, but then if you click the BPR button, it'll just kind of send it over to, like, if you have external render selected. Hi Imaginator, how are you doing? So then you can kind of, so there's a project, a scene, like, you know, it'll have all of your, I have this on a different monitor, but you just like grab your sculpt. A lot of the time this is what I do, and then I do a remove tool and I go to scale, get rid of all this stuff, and just kind of scale him down so he's not huge within the HDRI, and then I'll bring it down closer to the ground so that the HDRI affects it properly. We could even get a little bit more like this and then play with reflections so that it looks like his toesies are touching water. Just say okay. Click off. And then here you can add a camera. What do we want? Do we want 50mm? Nah, I'll only go to 85. With the field. F-stop 1, that lets a lot of light in. Done. Okay, and then usually I like grabbing one of these maps, but the environment, first and foremost, I will usually turn this to a color, like a flat color, and I'll bring it all the way down to almost black, if not black. And I'll grab some ground reflections, 'cause I want to do that water thing. And then usually some of my favorites here. You can add geometry or like lights, for example. Grab like a sphere. Go to camera, go to free camera so you can move around. And here just kind of create like this center light. In order to get a light, you can go over to your materials, grab glass. Yeah, you can apply vertex color, so you can bring over poly paint and keep that as a as part of your texture, your material rather. That's pulse, pulse. This is pulse. Okay, neutral. Grab that. This. Do not show to camera. Give it. Just pump it. Too much. You can start moving like lights around. That. Get a camera. Can you pose in Keyshot? Nah, you do all of that in ZBrush, but any changes that you make in ZBrush, you could just like click BPR again and it'll update this and keep all of your information. Yes, this is a Keyshot bridge. And then this is still like the base material, so like if you wanted to, I don't have much time, so I'm just gonna like show you like basics of stuff that I do. Like if you were to, first of all, go over to lighting, change it to interior product. Yeah. And then I usually up the shadow quality. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I was talking so much today. Caustics I don't bother with. I usually add that in post because it slows down render time pretty intense. Ground illumination you only really need if you're like doing a lot of bounce light stuff. Global illumination, always keep it on. And if you wanted to recolor the environment, you can. Usually I boost the contrast here and stuff. And here's some of like, you know, some of like what I would do is just like throw like, so these are like the default materials, but then if you wanted to like do something else as well, like I like to like take a whole bunch of different passes, so I'll do like a shiny sort of spec specific one where it's just like everything is white, right? Like just all of the skin stuff will be like all white, so that I can like mess with this in Photoshop afterwards, and like I can change you know, the roughness, and I guess these are these, yeah, these are paint metal. But then there's also like paint plastic and things like that as well. Yeah, but I mean, like you can, like if you're doing for stuff like I do, like Keyshot's totally fine. Where is the migrated stuff that I have here? There's like a human skin that you can put on this. So this is like the SSS, and this is where I like to have a lot of fun. And I usually do a lot of I guess like Photoshop magic afterwards with this specific type of shader. So I'll kind of like really pump the SSS here, like absolutely destroy it to something that's like this, right? And then I'll usually play with like lights behind it. So where's that other one? Because it gives like some really fun effects. Where is my sphere? There it is. That camera. So if I were to like bring this behind and in, what's this? Right? Because you've got like your SSS there. So then you can work with like some really fun hyper blown out like SSS feels to your model. When you render out, like do passes like this and then overlay them in Photoshop, you can get a lot of really cool things. Do you Keyshot a lot for your professional work, or it depends? Yeah, it just depends on the job. If it's just like pure like just design, a lot of the time I'm just gonna do sculpts in ZBrush and send them off as like character turns. But then if I am doing something more like final, like illustrative, like what's the final look gonna look like, look dev kind of stuff, then I'll usually just like throw it into Keyshot and do some passes like this, and then do a little like paint over in Photoshop. If you wanted to have your character in the floor with background and stuff, how would you make that? Like the mosquito? The mosquito, I painted the background bokeh effects. But if you wanted bokeh, you can easily get that in Keyshot as well. You just need to understand how depth of field works, right? Like if I were to put, so first let me like change this material so it's just like a, where's like the, gonna give everything a matte gray right now. So if I wanted to like change depth of field and have that like really, really intense, about like the f-stop being smaller will not have everything in focus. So f-stop 1 means everything's going to be in focus. Do f-stop of like 8. Things will start to get out of focus depending on the scale. It also depends on like the scale of your model. So if I were to put down, let's like throw a cube down onto the ground over here. Row that way back. Where's the focus distance? We say like right here. Okay, yeah, it's also because of the scale of this right now as well. I'd have to properly scale it. At 15, it's starting to get a little fuzzy. Anything out there more affordable that comes close? Yeah, you can do this kind of stuff within like Blender, for example, is a free version. Cycles is actually pretty good for rendering. Dark Souls vibes. Yeah, I can give depth maps, yes. Yeah, depth of field will give you depth maps as well. I think right now, though, the scale of this is just a little bit, like, wonky. So you're not gonna, like, really get any good depth of field happening right now. So really like to play with, like, the bloom radius and everything like that, and the intensity. Threshold being, like, where does it cap off from your whites? Like, where does that fall off? It just like kind of gives it more of like an atmospheric feeling. Vignette is for your final image, and then you can go to like photographic, so you can play with like the curvature here in the histogram, which is actually kind of nice because like if you wanted to like do early post-processing before you even like got into Photoshop, you can do a little bit of that here. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you can literally just fix in Photoshop anyways, so yeah, no worries, babies. I was just showing off some Keyshot right now, so about to get off anyways. I'm not gonna finish like a render on any of this, but that's the gist of it. But yeah, if you wanted to get like that background blur, you'd have to play with the f-stop on your camera. For whatever reason though, like the scale, not super on par here, as you could see with like how the SSS was interacting with the light as well. Because like I didn't really give a crap about scale. But if you wanted the background blur to happen and everything, you got to make sure that like your scale is like on par with with what it is that you're looking for. My voice is almost gone, dude. I'm like having like a hard time, like ah. As a professional artist, do you think that starting with Blender is a mistake? No, it's not a mistake. If you want to work for studios though, like getting your footing in like softwares like Maya and ZBrush is pretty much a must because they're like kind of the standard. But Blender is fine for learning things, absolutely. And I worked professionally, like on, you know the movie Next Gen? It's on Netflix. I worked with Blender for that movie. So like the whole thing was rendered in Blender, but I did all my sculpting in ZBrush and just like brought everything over to Blender afterwards. Don't forget the mosquito. You wanna know that so you can finish your render? Wait, what about the mosquito? What are you talking about, Rat? Happy. It's very freeing, but also very torturous because you'll never be good enough. You never feel good enough. It's a constant struggle. So you were gonna show how to do the background in the floor. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, because I'm not gonna rescale all of this and make sure everything's fine, but what you're gonna want to look for, I told you, the floor is here, right? Environment. You've got your ground shadows, you got your ground reflections, you can flatten the ground, it's all there. If you wanted to do a branch, then you just sculpt that in ZBrush and then you import it like with the BPR, right? Like the Keyshot bridge, boom. And then you can start like moving your camera around and position it wherever the heck you want, right? That's literally it. But yeah, your depth of field, like it works like a camera, right? So if your scale is off, you're gonna have like wonky, you're just gonna have like really wonky like depth of field if your scale is all like freaky deaky. Yeah, like I can't even get anything right now. Maybe if I like change to something like really close, like a 30, like a 35, that'll like really distort stuff. Yeah, but now you're starting to get a little bit of like starting to get a little bit of that in the background. 35 is a lot closer, making things a lot. But yeah, your f-stop is going to change that, and f-stop is essentially like how much light you're allowing to the camera sensor, right? So a smaller f-stop means that your aperture is larger. And I know that's like counterintuitive, but think of it like as in circles. So like an f-stop of 1 would be a very, like, it's fully open. Like your camera sensor is like getting all of the light in the scene. Whereas if you were to put this to like an f-stop like super high, like 18, whatever, I don't know, this made up number, then now you're getting more of like a pinhole, so only a certain amount of light is hitting the sensor, and that actually gives you a very, like a much more narrow depth of field. Things will be a lot more pushed back, and you can get a lot more focus on one specific thing. You'll find out there's lots of others faster than me. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, you can see here like the scale. Your lens also matters. Like remember, if you get like a lower lens, you're gonna have a lot more like fisheye distortion. Your field of view is also gonna matter. So depending on like how wide of a lens you're gonna use. If you want to get like really crazy, use like a 20 millimeter. Start using a 20 millimeter and you're gonna notice that things in the background, like let's say I were to focus, let's put the focus on here. all of this starts to get blurry back here. If I like completely like two. No, it's the scale is off, so it's kind of like wonky right now, but that's essentially what you're gonna want to play around with. A blur surrounding in Photoshop, it looked really bad. You might want to play with the f-stop. Yeah, you got to think of it like, you know, you're working with a camera. All right, well, that's that. Discard this. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm gonna give a snapshot. And there he is, the moth guy. Alright guys, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Didn't get too like crazy far with those guys, but whatever, we still had fun. I lost my voice, it's fantastic. Throat hurts. I'm gonna go and have second dinner because it's just about that time. Monty's looking at me like, yes, I know it's time to end stream. If you're interested in ZBrush, this is the first time you've ever seen this channel, I do not own this channel. I'm just one of the many streamers who present here on a weekly basis. So there's somebody every single day. Definitely give Pixologic a follow. You can learn a whole bunch of things from lots of different people, not just myself. They have like so many different workflows. Like Daisuke here in chat, he's got his own workflow for doing things as well. And there's like a whole bunch of other streamers too. Definitely give Pixologic a follow. And yeah, if you want to like ask me any questions or see when I stream next, all of that kind of stuff, I announced it on my socials, which are right here. Right here. Besides that, I guess like there's also a ZBrush free trial if you wanted to try it. 30 days for free. And then there's also ZBrush Core Mini. If you wanted to try digital sculpting for the first time ever and you haven't done that, that's free forever. It's just like a super stripped down version of the program. Free forever, ZBrush Core Mini. And I think that's it. Oh, one more thing. If you did not sign up for the ZBrush Sculpt Off for the summit, do that. The Sculpt Off is happening during the summit in October. And essentially, if you like live stream you working on it while everybody else is working on it, you have a chance to win lots of cool prizes, and it's a lot of fun, and I highly recommend it. So do that. Hey! All right, okay, I think that's it for real. I will see you guys in the next one, which should be next week. I'm gonna go give my voice a rest now. Okay, bye! Bye.